David, I think on your worst day, you probably haven't said anything stupid. Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Now we are going to be live. We're live to our group, to our mastermind group. We're live to Facebook Live,
Yeah.
to that mastermind group, and we are live to YouTube, and we're live to anyone else that is from here to the moon.
That's cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. This is
I'll
very
do my
exciting. I'm
best.
so excited that you were able to join us today. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it. This is a heck of a group here. A lot of collaboration going on.
Yeah, well, we try. We try. So as we get ready here, let me just share a couple things with the group. We did a little bit of research. Oh, sorry, I'm going to take a second here before I get started. Okay, you guys there? Had to get dressed. All right, good stuff. All right, so just as a reminder to everybody, at the peak of the COVID-19, we were running at about, the Board of Realtors, the CRMLS, the board that we're involved with, there's about 120,000 real estate agents in that board. And right now, at the time, we were running about 29% of all the properties that went pending were vacant. So we had a big push for our group anyway, with working on trying to get more and more of those vacant properties. And a lot of those are for rent by owners, and you guys have done a tremendous job with that. The numbers dropped a little bit. We're running at about 22%, but 22% of all the properties that go pending are vacant. So there's still a giant opportunity in that marketplace. We also did some research where we found that 23% of all the new listings that came into the multiple listing service last month were condominiums. So if you're not working condominiums, you're not door knocking, but you're not phone canvassing the condominium projects and or mailing out to them, you're missing 25% of the new properties that are coming on the market. My suspicion is that number is probably going to hold fairly steady for this coming month. We're going to do some work with expired listings and role play starting tomorrow with a test group. If you want to be part of that, let me know. We're going to be doing that from 8 to 8:30 in the morning, just before we do our normal role play, but it's going to be focused, at least for this week, on expireds. So let us know. We've got some fun things that we're planning. So that's from 8 to 8:30. Leave an email or text Robert, and he'll make sure that he gets the information out to you that way. And we'll go from there. Robert, do we have some open mic slots for tomorrow still open?
We have 3.
3 open mic slots. So if you want the open mic slots for tomorrow, get signed up. Leave a message in the chat room, and we'll get you signed up for that. That's been very, very powerful. Everyone that's been doing open mic slots, it's kind of the way that we work on our show off factor, so to speak. Pretty exciting stuff. So want to welcome our guest, David Van Noy, from joining us all the way from the East Coast. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely.
Thank you for the virtual applause. That's wonderful.
We'll do it, baby. We'll do it. So, welcome to Mastermind with Neil Schwartz. Absolutely focused. We are live on Facebook. We're live on YouTube. If you have any questions for David and our masterminding today, please don't hesitate to put them in the chat boxes. Robert will pick those up, or AJ will pick those up, and we'll get them out to us. And at the end, time permitting, David will answer a few questions for us. But before we get started here, David, if you wouldn't mind giving us kind of the Reader's Digest version of where you're from, what you did before real estate, maybe some of your production numbers, et cetera. Do you mind sharing some of that with us?
Sure. Yeah. 17 years in real estate. Before real estate, I was in the restaurant business in the family restaurant business, which is the hardest kind. I started real estate 23 years old. I was a real knucklehead. I had no idea what was going on. You can tell that's a Kansas City word. That's where I'm from, in Kansas City here. A Midwest word, knucklehead. That's what I was.
Uh-huh.
So about 10 years into the business, I'm going to give you the fast forward version. I heard about a guy named Mike Ferry. It took me 10 years to figure out who the heck that was. In the parking lot of one of my competitors, I joined coaching in January of 2013. At that point, I was doing 35 or 40 deals, had a few buyer's agents on my team, and I was big dealing it, doing 40 deals and not super profitable. And I was muscling it to get to 40 deals. I joined Mike January of 2013 from the parking lot. And that year I did 94 deals.
Whoa.
I fired most of my buyer's agents and did 94 deals. So yeah, it was like a new toy at that point.
And so from 2013, what happened?
So from 2013, gosh, that seems like a long time ago now, but we've continued to grow. You experience a little plateaus along the way. I'd say right around the 105, 110 mark, I was around there for a few years. This year we'll do, with myself and one buyer agent and two staff, we'll do 140 deals. We're at 92 deals, I think, today. So I project that we'll do about 140 deals, and 100 of those will be listings sold by me.
Wow. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. It really is. So let me ask you something. I mean, I understand the word muscle, I think, but when you say you were muscling 40 deals, what did you mean?
So I think anybody in real estate can probably relate to, like, when it feels hard, when everything's difficult, when the clients seem like most of them are difficult, and the transaction's difficult, and the staff's difficult, and other agents are difficult. Like, every part of it's hard. Like, it's just muscling every deal.
Okay. Just
Yeah.
so everything's difficult. Okay, got it. And so what were some of the things that changed for you in 2013 that made it easier? Or it sounds like it was easier, was it?
Incredibly easier, yeah. So some of the things I think I learned at that time, I'm going back in my mind to try to remember some of the shift, and I know the things that have remained. But at that time, I was willing to go out and work buyers if I thought that they were big enough, or if, or I was getting too involved in the transaction, or individual cancellations or individual deals would get in my head, ruin some of my days and things like that. So early on, and I think I was very coachable around the idea that I could delegate, I could pass the buyers, I could maintain an emotional state that was conducive to doing more deals. And I was open to that. So, and I think maybe more than anything, I was just ready for that at that time.
David, you say that you were ready to delegate and do those things and move it over. And some agents think that, well, just hire an assistant and I'll say, do this, and they'll do it exactly the way you want it done. And all the stress comes off of your head, and you're going to go into that room and you're going to lock the door and you're going to be making phone calls and you're going to be throwing leads out to the people and they're going to be handling it. We know that there's a lot of training and a lot of nuances and massaging has to go into there. So my sense is that to do this, you had to slow down to speed up. How did you do that? What was the mindset to help you do that?
That's a good question. My observation on myself and other agents now is that that's usually an ego conversation. So delegation is never it never appears to be as big a problem to find someone who can do the task. It's getting the agent to understand that they're not that great at it, and they're not that special, and they're not that talented. They just need to get out of the way most of the time and go do something more effective with their time. And then the second piece would probably be that they don't realize how frequently they're trying to avoid actually doing their job. And that administrative task is always a good excuse.
Interesting. So of the 100 transactions that are going to be listings sold for you,
Yeah.
What percentage of that comes from past client and sphere?
60%.
Okay.
60% is PC and COI. So this year we had an extreme spike in our PC, which is about 35% of the overall business that I'll do is past clients this year.
Okay.
We saw that happen right around January, but really a lot around COVID and the whole time there. I think that's really where the database and the work that's been done in the database over the past years really came to fruition.
So where I was kind of going with this is that customer service has to be a lot of how you get repeat and referral business, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to train your team, your two assistants, to give great customer service per David. Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple of things we're working on there. Can I share?
Okay, good. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm looking for. Thanks.
So I was just watching a documentary on Jeff Bezos. You guys heard of Jeff Bezos?
Sure.
Okay, so Jeff Bezos, if I watch any interviews with this guy for now or 20 years ago when he started Amazon in 1994, everything he talks about is this obsession with customer service and the customer experience, like what the customer says about the company. He doesn't care what the competition says. He doesn't care about the companies that he eats up and puts out of business. He cares that a customer is happy with the interaction and continues to come back. So I was doing more research on this idea, and through the book, the Net Promoter, it's the Net Promoter, Net Promoter 2.0. They talk a lot about how to rank your customers and ask them questions based on their experience with the company. So today I was working with the team on the question, we have a lot of transactions, but do we have enough interaction with the client during the transaction that we have an ability to ask them at the beginning of the transaction, if I do a really good job for you, if I do all of these things that I promise in my plan and I get your home sold and I get you this amount of money, are you willing to share me and my information with your friends and family and other people that need my help? And at the beginning of the transaction, this is like the agreement, because we think a lot of times the agreement is, are you going to hire me? And then at the end of the transaction, that's over. That will show up in your numbers. And at some point you will be thinking, I've sold all these houses, but nobody ever goes out of their way to give me more deals. So the initiative right now, and I wasn't good at this 10 years ago, but right now the initiative to get better is at the beginning of the transaction, review the agreement. So you've hired us, we've gotten started. If I do all of these things that I said that I would do, which I do fully intend to do, by the way, will you refer me willingly to people that need my help? And then once there's benchmarks in the transaction, so once we receive the offer, are you happy with what the listing coordinator did? Did Kelly do a good job for you? Did she follow up on everything you asked? Do you feel like I did a good job getting the offer? Are we still online with you fulfilling your end of the agreement? And do you know anybody that needs my service at this time? And then once the resolutions are done and once the closing happens and a month after closing, we review that agreement, which was if I said I did everything that I told you that I would do, you said you would send me you would send me referrals. So that's the part I think that we miss a lot, that we can all do a better job at, is letting them know exactly what our expectation is. And if you set it up that way, I think you'd be really surprised at the amount of people that really want to do that.
I think that's great. That's fantastic. I don't think I've ever heard it put quite that way. Thank you. I think that'll help a lot of agents. Like you and maybe it's the COVID, not maybe, that's part of where we are, is that everyone's been a little bit more focused on their past client and sphere, because at the end of the day, isn't it interesting? That's all the people that we really could connect with. It's hard to connect with. You can't go door knocking, you can't get the open houses, all those kinds of things where we used to get business before. We have to get business from where the business is right now. So it's fascinating stuff. So it sounds to me like COVID didn't stop you, it actually helped you.
You asked me you told me that you might ask me something like that. And I thought about what happened to our business over COVID. And I guess that's still happening, right? So, in real estate, I think it's smart for everybody to have what we call a do-over file. Some people put like the day after Thanksgiving in their do-over file every year. Like, I should work that day. That's a good day to work, right? And so that goes in the do-over file.
Okay,
so
got it.
I thought about what am I proud of and what did we do well as a company during this time? And here's what I can share with you. And this is the truth. This is just what happened here. Is I wrote it down on my calendar, and I have one on the wall over here when my city was shut down, right? And I don't know the status of your city and the shutdown and what people can do or don't do. And honestly, I'm not 100% sure about my city. I think, that some businesses are allowed to operate and some are not. My point in saying it that way is when the city shut down, I was faced with this idea of, am I supposed to shut down? I'm essential, I'm not essential. And the question seemed to be a political one or a social question. But in review, now what I realize is if this ever happens again, it's not a question for what other people think I should be doing and what other people think is acceptable or what other people think is socially responsible. It's about my personal commitment to myself and my structure and my business. So I can honestly tell you that when the office sent out an email, and I don't know what happened at your company, and this isn't a judgment on anybody else or the way they handled anything, but when my company emailed me and said, this is how we're going to handle this, I replied to my broker and said, this does not apply to me. And I just said, this doesn't apply to me. And I can tell you that from the time it started until now, I have not missed one day of work at this office.
Wow.
Not one, not a half day. And there was a moment, honestly, where I thought, maybe this is bad. Maybe people are freaking out. And I emailed Mike Ferry. I can tell you early on, I said, Mike, people are freaking out. I'm still working. What should I do? And Mike responded in typical Mike fashion. He said, this is a wonderful, stressful opportunity for great agents like you.
Yeah.
And so what I thought about in terms of this call or what I thought I could bring to anybody, because I usually don't do stuff like this, but I thought if I could help one person with one message, it would be the idea that there's always going to be a group of people that don't agree with your decisions. There's always going to be a group of people that think you're extreme. In 2013, when I joined coaching, I had triplets that year. I had 3 children at one time.
No, you're the guy I talk to at role play every morning.
No, that's not me. So at that time, people were like, you can't work for 50 hours a week. You need to be at home. Right. And I didn't do that at that. That's when my business doubled, by the way. When the kids were born, that's when it doubled. I told the team, we're going to double the business again out of this time, which is COVID, because this is the opportunity that I'm looking for. When everything's difficult for everyone else, that's when I'm the best. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm looking for. Why would I actually take the opportunity to take a break when I'm reading and following people that are telling me when things are difficult, you are at your best? I've been preparing my whole career for that. So I do not participate in any of it. And that's not a political statement. That's not it's not a social statement. That is personally my decision to be invested in my schedule and my freedom every day.
Good for you. Good for you. Good stuff. Well, it shows, and you're doing it, and you're leading the way in your community. So good for you. I love that kind of stuff. So let's talk a little bit about the mechanics, a little bit about the business, okay? The customer service, the things that you guys are doing that are helping you get business. So what I think we talked about, 60% of your business is 60% of your listings taken is coming from past client and sphere. Are you do you do any mailing to them? Is this all phone calls? You kicked it up. How did that? And you got what, 35% more business? Where did it come from? Was it a particular thing or a group of things?
So so I've been calling the database 4 times a year for eight or 9 years.
Uh-huh.
So I think the accumulation effect on that is important, but I think there's something even more important than that that's happened. So over the course of the business and doing more and more business and being less attached to each individual deal, what I truly believe has become a resource for my database is the willingness to not do a deal.
Explain.
So I think that real estate agents in general come with a mystique that it's always a good time to buy or sell, and you should always buy everything that's in front of you if you're working with me. And we get consumer ratings like used car salesmen, actually sometimes worse than used car, because we'll sell anything to anybody all the time. So I was given these ideas by people much smarter than me, and I started to implement them a few years ago, probably 5 years ago. The idea was I had to be very honest about each individual deal. I have to treat every transaction like it's my own. And I've got to tell them the truth about what I would or wouldn't do inside of a deal. And it seems like a really simple point, but how I noticed how often that those type of ethical dilemmas would show up in the business. And I know that some agents kind of take on this philosophy of, it's not my deal. That's just business. If they want to buy it, let them. If they want to sell and they're happy with that number, great. My position on every single call I take is, how can I help them right now and give them the best advice I can, and to tell them, a lot of times I'm involved in a transaction and I can help in a transaction and I get paid for that. Most of the time I don't. This is actually a situation where I think I can help you and I won't get paid. And the only thing that I can ask you is that when you do find someone that does really need my help, you'll send them to me. I really believe that initiative over time, and the real initiative, the true initiative, which is doing the right thing for the customer all the time, is a hard one, and it's the long game, right? So especially when things are difficult, when I think what happened really, Neil, was 6 months ago, any agent could do a deal. The market was good enough. And in April, what I heard was, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what to believe. I knew that I had to call you because you will tell me, good, bad, or ugly, what is really going on in the marketplace. So this image, it's not even an image, it's truly who I am, that no matter who I'm dealing with, there's going to be 100% authenticity in my response. And if they should or should not do a deal, or if they should or should not hire me, which is probably the even harder one to work on, that I am going to tell them that every time.
All right. So that's the conversation. That's the image that you're projecting out there to your past client and sphere, and that's getting you that repeat and referral business from them, right?
Especially when times are difficult.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so the balance of this year, we have elections coming, we have interest rates actually nudging up slightly, crazy stuff happening, right? So my suspicion is that you're going to forge forward with that. Is there any changes that you'll do differently as we come into September and we start to, Christmas is coming, that kind of stuff, and you're going to be preparing for 2021? What changes will you make for that?
Well, gosh, I don't know about in California, but it sure doesn't feel like Christmas is coming here. I don't know. So it's a good
Remember,
question.
we're summer all year long.
Yeah, I do know that. Yeah, so the initiative at this moment, probably from now until the remainder of the year, what I'm focused on right now is a couple of things. So for buyers, because inventory is low and because they're still struggling to find homes, one of the things that we're working on is to make sure that buyers really understand the real numbers and the agents understand the real numbers in the marketplace, because the water cooler talk can overtake an entire office. Well, there's no homes for sale, nobody's doing any deals, or whatever the stuff people talk about. So staying really rooted and making sure that my team and my clients know what the real numbers are associated with the marketplace, that's one initiative that we have. The other initiatives are going to be around the database. So I find that, somebody could say, let's talk to the database through the end of the year. And that's an initiative that comes and goes, and it's not tied to anything that really has long-term benefit other than just maybe the individual feelings. My initiative at this moment is in our systems to communicate with the clients, and the past clients especially, and make sure that everything that we're gathering about them is in a place that we can keep it long term. So in line with the other Amazon initiative, the Jeff Bezos initiative was, well, we should know everything about these people that they're willing to share. And in 2020, they're willing to share so much. Every time I interact with Neil Schwartz, I should take on more information about what I know and want to know about Neil Schwartz. And whenever I go to do anything in the future that looks like marketing or communication with my customer base, I should be able to come back to what I did right now in regards to that information about Neil Schwartz.
So give me an example of that. I mean, how does that look for you, between us as clients? How would that work?
So it would just look like a phone call to the client, typically, right? But on the phone call, now I have probably 15 to 20 things that I'm looking for, that I'm not taking them through a survey, but I'm listening, right? So what the kids are doing, where people are going, if there's any movement in their job, if there's any, how's work going? Are you staying at home? Are you going to be traveling again? How's that working with the family? Is she going to go back to work? Are you going to? There's information there that connects them to me in way more ways than I ever thought to take advantage of. And long term, I think what that looks like is, everybody's into like predictive software right now. And that is like, tell me when these people are going to move by plugging them into an algorithm. Well, if I just listen and I understand that the guy is in this position at work and now he can live anywhere he wants to live, is he from Kansas City or is he from Albuquerque? Because if he can live anywhere that he wants, he might decide just to move back to Albuquerque. And maybe he needs to know that that is a possibility. So it's, I guess the initiative is listening, but it's also in our CRM. How much data can I gather about the people I care about? And what I can do with that, Neil, I think is endless.
Yeah, totally endless. So David, you're a guy that gathers information. You're a guy that is analytical and intuitive. Okay, you have an intuition about it, that this connects with this. I sense that, absolutely. What do you tell an agent that would much rather be playing on their computer and not? I mean, you're still doing 140 transactions.
Yeah.
In Kansas City, 140 transactions grosses you about what? $1.4 million, something like that? That neighborhood?
Probably closer to $1 million gross.
Okay, all right. So $1 million in Kansas City is a lot of dough.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of buying power. So that's a good thing. What can you suggest to an agent who would love to sit in front of their computer and put all of this data in on all that information, and they're doing a deal now and then? I mean, you're not that guy. You're a guy doing a bunch of deals, making a good amount of money. So you can work with this. So how do we help that agent?
It's a great question, because here's what I always think about when in coaching, in learning, in any type of format like this. For every point that's given by anybody that resonates with you at all, there's an equal and opposite point that's also true. So if I were to say, focus on your database and gather data about these people, that doesn't mean you don't do all the other things that are out there. I'm going to prospect every day. I'm calling the expireds every day. I'm calling them for sale. Even though there's less of them, I'm doing that every day. So what I realized is, as a leader first, as a CEO, but as a salesperson, I'm layering things at all times, and I have to be the most versatile person in the building. So my analytical nature shows right here because of the initiatives that I have. But every day, I'm going to get myself in the direction of being extremely social, at least for the period that I need to prospect. And so I think what agents do is they take one point, they like it, it matches their personality style, and we lose them forever. And they go do that. And then they wonder why their business is like a wheel with 3 spokes instead of 5.
Right.
So I think the point, or what I would tell anyone, is you are working on those initiatives in a silo, but they all work together. So the database initiative is actually about 1 hour a day. And I work probably about 10 hours a day, honest, maybe 8.
Mm-hmm.
But even if I work 10, that COI initiative that I'm excited about is 1 hour.
We got to do that.
Got it. Robert, help me out here. All right. Go ahead, David. I think we got it.
So yeah, you could get lost on each individual idea, but it's layering all of the things that you've been taught and knowing. I guess, like in a coaching format, it's the excuse is, well, I'm working on this, so I can't do that. Your job is to do everything at once. And so that what the difficult part about being an agent is, we have 35 initiatives we're working on right now. We can't work on 35 of them at once. So when we get together as a team, we focus on 3. And that's what we do all the time for the quarter, is take 3 initiatives, and each individual department is working on 3 initiatives. And for 30 minutes a week, whether you have no staff, or whether you are the staff, or whether you have 5 people on your staff, you're going to take 30 minutes a week and work on that part of the business, just like a time block, and not make it your entire day, or spend 8 hours on your database. You're going to spend 1 hour on your database.
That's great. Good advice. So what do you think is your superpower? What's the shifting gears a little bit? What's David's superpower?
Wow. What's David's superpower? It really challenges my ego. So, and that's something that I have to watch. But
besides flying, like off a tall building, what else?
I truly think so. Here's how I would say it. I truly think what gives me a competitive advantage in the marketplace is that I don't need everyone to like what I do, to love what I do, to like me, or to always agree with how I operate. And I think that's been most prominent right now, because anything you decide to do, there will be a group of people that think that you are ridiculous.
Well, isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
Isn't that the truth?
So,
absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't know that that's a superpower, but I do know that, Neil, that I've had to work on that like a muscle over the years to get away from the awards in my mind, to reward myself internally, to stay. there's a statement or a quote, which is when your values are clear, your decisions are simple.
Wow, like that.
And my values are clear. What's important to me is the people that work with me, my clients, my family, and the bottom line of the company. And I will not put any of those people at risk at any moment ever at being harmed by my decisions.
That's a great thought. Thank you for sharing that. Excellent. Okay, so let's shift up gears. You open to answering a couple questions for us?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right, so let's unmute yourselves, and let's ask David some questions. Who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Go ahead, Amir. Absolutely.
David, thanks for coming to our meeting here. We really enjoyed it. So, got a question for you in regard to where you said I was not like that, but I practiced to become like that. So, what are the practices you've done to not caring what other people think? That's number one. How did you reward yourself by doing those practices? Also, I noticed that you had good emotional intelligence, meaning like when everybody was sitting home, you were not sitting home, and you said, "I'm gonna stick to my program." How did you manage, or were you like that from childhood, or that was something that you also developed?
Wow, those are cool questions. Okay, so the first question was, uh, what was tell me the first question again?
The first question is, how did you develop the,
I
not giving?
got it. You asked about how I exercise that muscle. So,
Yeah.
There's two things that I do less frequently now, but I did a lot more then. I recognized once someone offered this thought to me that it was a muscle. It wasn't the way you were born, and it's not just who you are. It is something that you practice. Once I was offered that, then I thought, well, I should practice that, right? So when do I get to practice? Well, when shit falls apart, that's when you practice. Like when life gets really difficult, that's when but everybody thinks that like when that happens, when anything bad happens, that you go, no, I can't think about all that high level stuff right now. I just gotta go off the rails. No, that is your opportunity. So I think what I observe is that most people don't realize that that is their opportunity not to freak out. So if we had a deal, so I noticed that like, let's say we lose a listing and it's $1 million. And I think that was 60 grand or 30 grand. And I would project that onto the next deal or onto my staff or onto my wife or onto whatever. So what I realized is the practice of not being affected by that is to not even repeat it. So let me try that. So like something bad happens, like I get punched in the gut, and then I go, I don't even think I'm going to share that with anybody, not even the staff. I'm just going to move on to the next deal. So that becomes a practice, and that is a muscle. And I swear, emotional people always think that, well, I'm just not wired that way. I have to just get this out of my system. Venting is not an opportunity to get things off your chest. Venting is a way to relive drama, which is why you're doing it. So only experience drama once, and you can feel it. I'm not saying I don't feel it. I'm saying the next thought is how I will manage it and move past it.
That's a great thought, David. Very, very cool. So, Amir, what was your second question?
The second question in regard to your emotional intelligence, which is the same thing. Yeah. So you were not like that. You developed the being tough, basically. So you were not born with this power.
It's kind of a cool question. I think I was extremely emotional as a child, and I think that that over time I realized that wasn't serving me really well, and it made things difficult. And then I had people around me that were like, toughen up, don't be a sissy, and that kind of stuff that you could do in the 80s that you can't say now.
Yeah.
So I think, that was some of the stuff that happened, right? But what I realize more and more about that topic is I don't know that that's emotional intelligence, but there was a moment when everybody was freaking out. I had 3 doctors in my database. One of them told me not to leave my house and to wear a mask in my house. And I mean, so there was a time when, like, for a day where I thought, maybe this is different. Maybe I'm not dealing with, and my review of that, Amir, the point that I'm going to keep forever is nobody else is allowed to tell me what's appropriate in regards to how I operate on a daily basis. And the other thing was my habits were so ingrained in terms of showing up every day and following my schedule that I really didn't know how to stop. I didn't know where else to go. I couldn't be at home because that was just too far away. I find that people that have a routine where they could be at home, they'll be at home. And if they have a routine where they might not prospect, well, that sounds better than anything else. I'll just do that. I did not have that option ever.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Good job. All right. Thank
Thanks
you,
so much.
David. Good question, Amir. Okay, who else has a question for David? Please open your mic and talk. Ask. Go ahead, Albert.
David, thank you.
Albert.
Thank you for sharing with us. I do have a question going back to what you said earlier, that you try to tell them you tell them the truth, which I believe that's the mentality I have. But then I also have the fear kicking in of this. Once you're on the phone with them, you realize that this person is going to relist with the agent who tells them what they want to hear. How do we cope with that? How do we deal with that at that time to where they can see your authenticity is actually the best for them?
Awesome question. So do a little research, because we can't talk about it fully, but I'd love to, about power versus force. There's a book called Power versus Force, right? And I really struggled with this Albert, like give me the deal. And I want it more than anybody. And that, like, the opposite of that is like, do whatever you want and let me know and call me next week if you feel like. We think there's only two options, but the truth of it is, Albert, there's a universal law there's a universal law that is anything you move towards will move away from you, and anything you move away from will move towards you. Okay, this is absolutely true. So power, and true power, is I deserve the deal. I'm the best option for the deal. And I know that if you list with me, you'll be happy about it. And the way that you convey that is not needy. It's never list with me right now, because true power looks like make that decision whenever you'd like to. But when I'm sitting in front of someone that needs to hire me, I usually ask them to do it. But you said, how do you deal with them going with the person that tells them? The truth of that is you are going to attract the ones that you deserve always. And you are going to push away the ones that you do not deserve always. If you're being who you are supposed to be, then accept that. Accept that you have attracted the right ones and you have detracted the right ones. If they have to go hire someone else at a higher price and a lower commission, at least be proud of the fact that who you are being is the right price and the right commission.
This is all law of attraction, correct?
I think it's in line with that for sure.
All right, good stuff. Okay, other questions?
I have a question, Neil.
Go ahead, Tess.
Because he has a passion for a really good customer service. How do you deal with clients that are problematic clients? What's your mindset on that?
So I believe that my job is to generate leads at a high level and have all the difficult conversations.
Okay.
So I love having the difficult conversations because, and so my mindset going into that conversation is I'm the only person in the world that these people can work with, especially when they're difficult. And I believe that's true. And I will affirm that with the staff. I'll say, can you imagine someone like this having to deal with one of our competitors? They should be so thankful that they're working with me, someone who can deal with this level of difficulty. I think that's first. The second piece, I think, goes back to kind of where Albert was with not being so attached to the deal that you have to tell them something that's going to make them stay with you. I mean, if you're dealing with a difficult customer, my question is, if I do something that you're asking me to do, are you willing to be happy?
Mm.
And I don't think people are asked that question often enough. Most of the time, agents give money at the wrong time during the transaction, and the people are still pissed. It makes no sense to me. So
Yeah.
when you're in a difficult situation and they say, I'm angry about X, and you say, I can understand exactly why you are, I would feel exactly the same way. But let me ask you this question. If I buy you the refrigerator and I solve that problem, are you willing to, number one, be happy and be a happy referring past client? And secondly, are you willing to go out over the next 30 days and try to find someone else that needs my service? Are you willing to do those two things?
Okay. That's awesome. Very nice. Really
Okay,
good.
good. Excellent. Great question. Awesome answer, David. Thank you. Other questions for David, please?
So
Anyone?
a question came in through the chat, David, to me. You know, you said that you were really grinding there for 40 deals, but the question I got was, as a new agent, how do you get to the 40?
Yeah. Well, I think that my answer to that was learning from people exactly what I wouldn't do. So I had a lot of mentors early on in the business that are no longer mentors. And I would make a list of all the things I would never do in the business that was just as long as the things that I probably should do in the business. So to muscle those 40 deals, it was really just work ethic was probably number one. And I imagine anybody on this call is probably starting with a good base there. And for me, it was not being willing to accept that there was only one answer on how to get there either. So it was always unconventional for me.
Good. Good stuff. All right. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's unmute yourselves, please. Unmute yourselves. Let's give David a giant round of applause. Good job. Fabulous. Really, David, excellent stuff. Really excellent stuff. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
So what we do now is we're going to take a few minutes with our group. You're welcome to stay and listen in. It's always a little bit
I
interesting.
have some people that are waiting for me outside of this door, so I'm going to have to run.
All right, you run and take care. And thank you again very, very much, David.
Thank you.
Again, big hand. Woo! All right. Good work. Good work. Thanks, David. Okay, so the question for you guys and gals is, what did we learn? What did you learn today from David? Go ahead, Armin.
When your values are clear, your decisions are simple.
Yeah, well, that was a very good thought. You betcha.
Powerful statement.
You betcha. Absolutely. Good stuff.
Put that in our work when he says, when your values are clear, your decisions are simple. Business-wise, you can sit back and say things like, I'm always going to tell the truth. I'm always going to do this. And the things he learned from people that he said were his mentors that are no longer mentors, the things that he won't do are as much as the things that he will do. So I thought that was excellent.
I kind of took it from this perspective that I'm not going to lie to myself anymore, in that if I'm going to say I'm going to be prospecting 3 hours a day for the next 240 days, that's what I'm going to do.
Not surprised you think like that.
I'm going to do that. And we all have to agree that if you did something like that for 240 days, doesn't have to be 3 hours, I would even settle for 2, okay? But 2 hours for 240 days, whoa, you would have making the big bucks there. I like that. Let's make some dollars. Okay, what else do we got? What else do we learn?
I like the fact that he used gradients. He talked about 3 30-minute times, not doing so much and overwhelming yourself, but do a little bit of a bite of something and make sure you always do it. And they're just like the first steps if you're having trouble getting something bigger done.
Yeah, absolutely, Candy. Thank you. Good thought. What else do we learn today? What else? Go, Albert, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to say something we talked about in the past, and that was setting the expectation. He talked about from the get-go, let them know if they were willing to give your information to their family members and refer you if they were happy. So in other words, setting it up from the get-go, there was a long-term relationship. It wasn't just once the transaction is done, that's it. What happens after that? So how about setting it from the get-go and make sure they're always going to be out there referring and putting your name out there?
It's a great thought. Absolutely. Yvonne, you had your hand up.
Yeah, actually, I was going to talk about that point, but I can say a little bit more. You know, in the beginning of the transaction, you know, meet with your client, you know, tell them if I do those things I promised to do in my plan of action, achieve your goal, are you willing to go out of your way to refer me, your friends, you know, tell your friends about me? So I think that's something I need to improve.
I think it's a great job. We always talk about asking for business along the way. I think the thing I heard here today, and actually we've been hearing for the last couple of weeks at a higher level than I think we've heard it before, is that we have to implement and polish the customer service that we deliver. And customer service that we deliver, it comes in so many different ways and opportunities that it's just phenomenal, and we just have to keep working on that. And those are some of the classes that we've had in the last few weeks. So increase customer service, do what we say we're going to do when we're supposed to do it, and then when we ask for the business, like Yvonne's talking about, that it comes your way on a regular basis. So very, very powerful. Good stuff. What else did we learn today? What?
Neil.
Go ahead, Tess.
So always tell them the truth. And then the one that really set for me is doing the right thing to your customers all the time.
All the time. All the time. All the time. It was his line. I don't know if you guys picked it up. Willingness not to do a deal. Willingness not to do a deal. Okay? Willingness not to do a deal. It goes back to the very first question I encourage all of you to ask in a listing appointment. If it's possible for you not to have to sell this house and actually rent it out, could you still do the transaction and make the move? Almost none of us on a regular basis will ask that question because for fear we might lose the listing. But the truth is that don't do the deal, give the good advice, and keep the customer for life and that customer referring business to you, because every time they look at that rental and the fact that it's up $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 and it's giving them cash flow, who do you think they're going to think about that encourage them to keep it? Who do you think? It's going to be you. I'm telling you, man, that's a powerful, powerful, powerful piece of customer service. Okay, let's go to, I think we've got ourselves, I think time-wise, we need to move on. So Robert, go ahead.
You know, Neil, my kind of takeaway from that was a little bit of, you know, what Armin had talked about, you know, the value thing. But you had mentioned it, the willingness to lose a deal. And he had said that he goes into each call with, how can I help and give them the best advice? Sometimes I get paid for that and sometimes I don't. But on the value thing, kind of combining that with Armin, is that if you're going in with just the mindset of the best advice, you don't have to think about how to respond to their question. Right. Because sometimes, well, is now a good time to do this? I'm thinking about this. And we try to, well, how can I word this in a way to get a sale? And if you have your values right, it's just, well, here's the best advice I can give you. It may not get me a money today, but as he said, I'm playing the long game.
Playing the long game.
I'm just giving you the best advice I have, whether that gets me paid or not.
Wow, that's great. I think that's fantastic. Great advice. Great thought. Okay, good stuff. I think that was. Do we have any open mics that you need tomorrow, Robert?
Just 9:30 and 10:30.
Okay, sounds good. So please sign up for that. Amir, which one do you
Actually,
want?
never mind. Esther will do 9:30, so I just have 10:30.
Amir, do you want 10:30 or 10:30? He went away. I think he's hiding. Okay. Who said it?
Josie.
Josie's in. Woohoo! All right. Good job.
Okay.
Robert, what are we talking about today?
All right, so we're gonna do one more week, and then next week we'll stop. We're gonna do one more week on how to win friends and influence people, and then we'll take a break on this next week. So we're gonna go over how to win people to your way of thinking.
I like that.
So we're gonna do that. So we'll definitely be done before 2 o'clock. We'll start at 1:17. So we'll take a quick break, grab some water, go to the restroom, and we'll be back here 1:17 to get started.
All right, everybody. Have a powerful morning. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right, 2 minutes. We'll get started. Okay, let's do this. Let's jump into this. All right, so we're not done with this book. As a matter of fact, we're just a little over halfway through it, but it's a lot. And so we're going to do it this week, and then we're going to take a couple weeks off, and then we'll come back to it just because it's a lot of information. And you know, I want to make sure that we're not just hearing it and then not implementing any of it. So, you know, we're gonna go ahead and do that as well. All right, so we're back on the section where it says how to win people to your way of thinking. Right? How to win people to your way of thinking. And if we just refresh the first 3 points of that, right? So the first principle of that was the only way to get the best of an argument is to avoid it. Okay. Principle number 2 was show respect for the other person's opinions. Never say you're wrong. And number 3 was if you're wrong, admit it quickly and emphatically. Okay. So we're continuing to work on the communication part of the business, right? Communication of talking to people, getting people to more our way of thinking. Okay, so it's really important right now. Okay, so we're continuing on with that, right? So he talks about Dale Carnegie, how to win friends, influence people. I'm looking at, it's 135 in my book, but there's a bunch of different books, so who knows what page we're on. Anyways, so we're talking about that, and he talks about, you know, a drop of honey. The purpose of a drop of honey is dropping words that are friendly, right? That kind of glow from nice and get people kind of warm and fuzzy and excited and things along those lines, right? That you're working together. It's almost like an amiable approach to the situation. All right. Yulin, you need to stop changing your background because every time you do, people give me notes like, where is Yulin getting all these backgrounds from? And I have to reach out to you and this and that. So unless you're going to share all this stuff.
I try to pick a blue one. Okay, I just try you.
You're doing great. You're doing great. So anyway, so he talks about John D. Rockefeller, right? Now, John D. Rockefeller would be an interesting case study as well. We won't necessarily get into that, but John D. Rockefeller in his day was one of the richest men in the world. I'm sure you've heard of the Rockefellers and whatnot. So guy obviously knew a lot of really good things. And he referenced a speech that he gave to a group of people that were within his business. And he referenced a couple things here. He said his speech was radiant with such phrases as, I am proud to be here. having visited in your homes, met many of your wives and children. We met here not as strangers, but as friends. Spirit of mutual friendship, our common interest. It is only by your courtesy that I am here. So it's all these like warm and fuzzy types of things, right? You know, I'm proud, but it also gives them some sense of ownership in that I'm visiting your homes, right? It's only by your courtesy that I'm here. We have a mutual friendship. Okay, this is how you collaborate together. In our business, I wrote down here, in our business, the only way to be successful is by collaborating with people. Because you think about our business, we've talked about this before. The only downside of real estate is that there's so many hands that have to touch a file for it to close. There's you, there's your client. There's the other real estate agent and their client. There's a loan officer, there's an underwriter, there's an escrow, there's title, there's an appraiser, there might be a termite, there's an inspector, there could be an HOA. I mean, that's 12 right there. There's a lot of different hands that have to touch a file for it to close, you know? And so that's kind of like what David was talking about. You know, every deal at first, you felt like he was banging his head constantly. There's just so much going on. So if you don't figure out how to collaborate with people when there's 12, 13, 14 different hands touching the file for it to go through, it's going to be difficult. So you have to learn to use phrases like that, right? Proud, common interest, mutual. And now you don't have to say friendship necessarily, but, you know, mutual benefits, things along those lines. Okay, it's all about using those kind of terms to collaborate with people. Okay, he talks about here the old, you know, the old slogan: a drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall. Right? I used to have a manager that used to say, "Honey gets you farther than vinegar." Right? When you're talking to people, that extra little sweetness, that extra little kind of collaborating gets you farther than the vinegar, right? That sour type taste, right? Things along those lines. Okay, and then he talked about another one, same type of thing with Daniel Webster. You know, talking about his speeches. You know, he ushered in his most powerful arguments with friendly remarks like, "It will be for the jury to consider. This may perhaps be worth thinking of. Here are some facts that I trust you will not lose sight of. You, with your knowledge of human nature, will easily see the significance of these facts." You see how it's different words, right? This may perhaps be worth thinking of, as opposed to, well, why don't you see it this way? You should see it this way. Let me tell you about why this is the way it is. This may perhaps be worth thinking of. Okay. Or when you could use this with an analytical because they want to take credit for it. You, with your knowledge of, in this case, he talks about human nature, will easily see the significance of these facts. Imagine, use that line on an analytical. How you, with your knowledge of numbers, will easily see the significance of these facts in terms of the property values. Use that line with an analytical. Hook, line, sinker. All right. So you got to learn how to kind of use these words a little bit. This is how you get people on your side. All right. You would never tell, for a driver, for example, you would say this may perhaps be worth thinking of, because you don't want to tell a driver what to do. Then they take it as offensive, right? Just consider this. Things along those lines. Okay. So you have to kind of think about it that way.
Robert, it's more respectful than we have in our society today.
Sure.
You know, I knew both my grandfathers from the late 1800s, and they spoke very differently than people today. And people, you know, they communicated better. Yeah. I saw it, you know.
Oh, I agree 100%. You know, it's interesting, Candy, as we were going through this book, I had just read it recently, which is kind of why I wanted to talk about it. But I had even made a comment. I said, this book was in 1936, and it's probably more relevant today than it's ever been.
You're
You know,
right.
the ability to communicate with people. I agree. So principle number 4, as he puts down here, is begin in a friendly way. Okay, begin in a friendly way. Now, sometimes that's not easy for some of us, but you have to begin in a friendly way. It's all about collaborating. And you got to collaborate with people. Okay. So then he talks about principle number 5, right? The secret of Socrates. And he says, in talking with people, don't begin by discussing the things on which you differ. Begin by emphasizing and keep on emphasizing the things which you agree. Essentially, going into when you're working with a client, buyer, seller, or you're working with another agent, you already know where you disagree. Don't start with that. All right, let's get the disagreements on the table. Now I know you said this and I'm thinking this. You don't want to start in battle mode. In our business, battle mode will come. It's going to come automatically. You're going to have to negotiate. You're going to have to kind of maneuver some things. You're going to have to do some convincing. Your battle mode will come. Don't start there, right? We talk about this with scheduling. Your day's already going to take you all over the map. Don't start all over the map. At least start on the right road. Okay, let the day take you. Start by emphasizing the things you agree on. So you're talking to a seller who's considering the market, right? Okay. Well, look, I know we can at least agree that because of the low interest rates and low inventory, that now's a great time to capture buyers, right? Right, absolutely. We've agreed on that. They're a little concerned about maybe the virus itself, having people over. But let's start with the agree that now is a good time to sell. Buyers, well, I think prices might go down. Okay, well, we can at least agree that the interest rates are really low and that's a good time to buy, right? Right. Okay, so we're starting out with an agreement. Let's build on there. Okay, start with the agreement, not with the problem, not with the things you differ on. Okay, get people on your side faster. Okay. And then he talks about when you're asking for information for people, put it in terms of how it benefits them. So this is how he says it. He talks about how he was dealing with a young man and he was asking him for something in regards to banking, right? Putting his money into the bank, death benefits and things like that, right? And the kid wouldn't do it. So then he phrased it in a way, don't you think that it would be a good idea to give us the name of your next of kin so that in the event of your death, we could carry out your wishes without error or delay? And he said, yeah. He said, I realized the young man's attitude softened and changed when he realized that we weren't asking for this information for our sake, but for his sake. Okay, so make sure that when you're asking questions and if people are being a little resistant, phrase it in a way that benefits them. Okay, so Mr. and Mrs. Seller, tell me about the upgrades that you did. Well, why do you need to know about the upgrades? It's been upgraded. That's all you need to know, right? Well, wouldn't it be beneficial for the buyers to know that refrigerator is a so-and-so, which is the highest quality one on the line? Well, yeah, great. So now I can get the information because I've relayed the benefit to it. We were watching a show the other day and the seller didn't want to give the information on, was being difficult. And one of the questions was, well, what year was it built? Now you could look up this information, but you're just asking questions. Well, what year was it built? Well, why does that matter? Okay, so put that in a way for the, well, look, I mean, if I was a buyer, wouldn't you want to know if the home was more recent or older than some of the other homes on the market? Well, yeah, great. That's why I need to know what year it was built. Okay, asking that from a buyer's perspective. This is great information to know from a buyer's perspective. But make sure they know the value of why they're asking. Because sometimes you're asking them questions that they don't think is relevant. And sometimes it's not, but we need to know this stuff. But in their mind, this is stupid. This is ridiculous. This happens more for buyers than sellers. Why do you need to know this? Why do you need to know that? I make this much money. What difference does it make? You know, but we have this question all the time. I've suggested that everybody should have a minimum standard when working with buyers, that they get an underwriting pre-approval letter. I think that should be a minimum standard, not just a pre-approval letter, an underwriting pre-approval letter. Well, why do I need that? My loan officer already approved me. Okay, well, I'm sure, you know, you can understand that if a seller's looking at an offer and you have an underwriting pre-approval as opposed to a loan officer pre-approval, that would probably make it stand out, right? Well, yeah, that would be right. And we want to get this property as soon as possible. Yeah, well, let's get it. You're asking for their sake, not for yours. I don't care, honestly, where you get the pre-approval. I'm doing this for you. Okay? I don't care what your home was built. I don't care how much the upgrades cost. I don't care the name of the appliances. I individually don't care. It's not my house. I'm doing this for you so I can get you the right people, so I can get you the best possible buyer for your property. Okay? I'm doing this for you. Okay. And then he continues to talk down a little bit more. He said, it took me years and cost me countless thousands of dollars in lost business before I finally learned that it doesn't pay to argue, that it is much more profitable and much more interesting to look at things from the other person's point of view and try to get that person saying, yes, yes. Trying to get people to say 2 yeses, right? So the basis of what he's talking about here is trying to ask questions where you can get 2 yeses in a row. Okay, trying to get 2 yeses in a row. Are you motivated to sell your house? Yes. Would you like to have an offer within 2 weeks? Yes. Great. We're on the right path. Right? Trying to get 2 yeses in a row is a key start to the practice. Okay. Would you agree that interest rates are the lowest they've ever been? It's a good time to take advantage of that. Yes. Are you willing to write up a full price offer on properties? Yes. Great. Got to get 2 yeses in a row. That's the key. All right. Are you willing to do that? No. Damn it. I have to start over. Okay. Let's go this again. Do you want to go see properties this weekend? Yes. Okay. And do you want to make sure that the home is in Long Beach? Yes. Whew. Okay, great. No. Damn it. Start again. 2 yeses in a row. Yes, yes, right? But you see, if you see it from their point of view, you can get 2 yeses in a row. That's why we ask questions. Would you agree? Do you think? Would you like? Okay. There you go. And then when he says, when you get really good, you can be like Socrates, because Socrates used to ask questions which his opponent would have to agree. Okay, it's something we just have to practice on that. Okay, try to get people to agree. All right, so principle number 5 and how to get people to waive your thinking is get the other person saying yes, yes immediately. 2 yeses. Okay, that's the key to that. So practice that. This goes back to practice. Because it sounds simple, but I'll bet that a lot of us, maybe even myself included, if we just did it naturally, we probably wouldn't do it. Okay, because we're not thinking about it. We're not going in with we're not going into the conversation of, all right, my goal is to get 2 yeses immediately. We're just going in there, all right, my goal is to get them to buy a house, or we're going in there going, I have no idea how this is going to go. Let's just play it by ear. So go in there with the mindset, I got to get 2 yeses, and practice that. Practice that on your next role play. Whenever your next role play is, tomorrow, today, whatever, practice that. See if you can get somebody to say yes twice in a row. You know, Mike Ferry tries to do that with the 1 minute listing presentation. He's trying to get you 3 yeses in a row and then sign. Do you absolutely have to sell your house? Yes. Will you price your home to sell you, or you leave it on the market for a long period of time? It's not yes, but price it to sell. Right? Do you want me to handle the sale for you? Yes. Boom, boom. Sign. Okay. There you go. All right. Principle 6, the safety valve in handling complaints. Okay. He puts down here, most people trying to win others to their way of thinking do too much talking themselves. Anybody else have that problem? Right? All the expressives in the room, analyticals in the room. Okay. Sometimes you can get an amiable to talk too much or a driver to talk too much, and that actually gets kind of fun. You know, because then they're stumbling or they're angry. It's good times. All right, but they talk too much. Let the other people talk themselves out. They know more about their business and their problems than you do. So ask them questions. Let them tell you a few more things. Okay, there's a couple things that I put down here in regards to this paragraph, right? So they know more about their business and problems than you do. That's a key line in communication. I go through this all the time with some of you on role play and coaching, is that you go, well, I think what their problem is, or I think what they're trying to do. And I always go, instead of thinking, why don't we find out? But I get this all the time. Well, I think what they're trying to accomplish, I don't care what you think they're trying to accomplish. What are they trying to accomplish? They know more about their business and their problems than you do. Don't assume. Ask. Okay? I talked about this earlier today. I mentioned one of the people. We had an agent earlier today that was, the client had brought up the holidays. Well, I don't want to move during the holidays. I'm like, that's not the reality. Okay, there's something else to it. So let's ask. Now, this particular agent had known, well, I also asked this and this. She did a great job. So she had already known what the other issue was. She did a good job with that. But the point was, it was like, no, there's more to it. Okay, we got to ask. Well, I think they're waiting to sell because of this. I don't want to do that. Okay. They know more about their business than the problems that you do. If anything else, the key to it, he says, ask more questions, let them tell you a few things, or simply say, tell me more about that. Well, I want to wait. Great, tell me more about that. And they'll tell you. They typically will. Okay, but let other people talk themselves out. Most people don't know proper ways to communicate, which means if you get them going, they'll tell you more than you want to know. You ever had a conversation that way where like midway through your conversation, you're like, we're into stuff that I actually don't care about anymore. I just wanted to know about where you were moving to if we sold this house. I now know your family history. I now know everything about your cousin and their issue and this person, that, and you're like, because they just opened up and it was just a flood of information, right? And it's like, I don't know what to do with all this. Okay. But that's what we got to do. Okay. Let them talk. Let them talk themselves out. It's a powerful, powerful paragraph right there. Okay. He put down here, even our friends would rather talk to us about their achievements than listen to us boast about ours. Even our friends would rather talk to us about their achievements than listen to us boast about ours. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about this. Nobody cares. I care when you do successful things. Okay. Very few other people care, right? Oh, let me tell you about all the great success I've had in real estate. It's great. They don't care. You've had this conversation, right? This is a conversation you've probably had before. If you've ever taken a vacation to a really nice place. Well, yeah, we went to Belize. This is almost instantly how people respond. Oh, Belize, that's in the Caribbean, right? Right. We took a cruise to the Caribbean, right? And so we went to X, 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 and X. We did this. And you're like, wait, what happened to me? I just told you I went to Belize, and you instantly leverage that to tell me about your vacation or somewhere you went. You've had that scenario. Some of you might have even done that. Okay. Because the truth is, you don't care about their vacation. Because either A, you're going, I don't care because I didn't go on vacation, so I don't want to hear about your wonderful vacation. Or number two, it's a place you don't care about. So you're like, I don't care. Okay. Or number three, you just don't, you look at this person going, I don't really have much interest in talking to you about anything, let alone about your family vacation. Okay. Who do you know that wants to buy and sell real estate? But that's kind of the reality. They would. So when you're in sales, from our perspective, you got to just let people talk. Let them talk about, they don't care about your stuff. They don't care about your things along those. Get it out. Get the market information out. Get out that you just sold, and then let them go about whatever questions they have, whatever they want to talk about. Okay? They don't care. They don't care. I care. They don't care. Okay? So principle 6 here is let the other person do a great deal of the talking. Expressives. Let people talk. Analyticals. Let people talk. See, at least as an expressive, like we talk a lot, but we get it done quickly. Analyticals, you all talk a lot, but it takes you like 30 minutes to get your point across. Okay. So in that way, the talking a lot, the expressives are better to deal with. Like, yeah, he's going to talk a lot, but he's going to be done in 30 seconds. Analytical, it's going to take him 30 minutes. See, so you got to relax. You got to let other people talk. All right, last couple points here for the day, right? We got a couple more points, and we're going to wrap up on how to win people to your way of thinking. Okay, the next point he talks about is how to get more cooperation. He says here, don't you have much more faith in ideas that you discover for yourself than in ideas that were handed to you on a silver platter? If so, isn't it bad judgment to try to ram your opinions down the throats of other people? Isn't it wiser to make suggestions and let the other person think out the conclusion? So, where have we heard this type of thing before? Right? Any Mike Ferry seminar you've ever been to. For those of you who haven't caught on here, a lot of what he says is in this book. A lot of Mike Ferry stuff is in this book. That's not a bad thing. It's a great thing because it's a great book. But he talks about here, don't ram the opinions down throats of other people. Make suggestions. They have to come to the conclusion themselves. That's why all the scripts are question-based. Don't you think it would be a good idea? Yes. Right. It's a good idea right now to do that. Going back to David Van Noy, he talks about giving advice. You know? Well, I'm thinking about waiting to sell my house. What do you think? Tell me more about that. Why do you want to sell to begin with? What's your motivation? Well, I want to sell because we need a bigger house. Why? I got 2 kids and twins on the way, and we have a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo. Oh, wow. So you're going to have 4 kids in one house and you need a bigger house. Right. Okay, great. So would you be happy in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo? No. Okay. So 6 months from now, you'd be happier in a house? Yes. So we should probably just get you a house. Yes. Okay, great. Sign the contract. And they asked for my advice. I just asked them a list of questions and they came to the conclusion themselves. I got 2 kids, 2 on the way, in condo. I don't want to be here. I want to be in a house. 6 months sounds good. Great. Sign the contract. I didn't, that was my advice. That's the advice. Tell me more about that. Why do you want to do that? 6 months from now, how is this going to change your life? Okay. If you're talking to a man and he's married, this is really, really simple, okay? What's your advice? What does your wife think? She wants to move. That's my advice. Okay, there you go. Simple. You got a guy, they're married. This is the easiest thing for you to do. What's your wife want to do? She wants to stay. That's my advice. Simple as that. Done and done. Okay. There you go. That'll be $17.50. Thank you for your time. All right. Get them to come to the conclusion themselves. Don't just get out the information. We practice that script 8:30 every morning, right? Tell me, how's the coronavirus affecting the real estate market? Do we just blurt out an answer? No. Well, tell me. What are you thinking? Buying, selling, second home, investment property? Tell me more about that. Get them to the conclusion themselves. Okay. He puts down here, no one likes to feel like he or she is being sold something or told to do a thing. We much prefer to feel that we are buying on our own accord or acting on our own ideas. We like to be consulted about our wishes, our wants, our thoughts. No one likes to be sold. Why doesn't anyone like to be sold? Because they feel like they're getting screwed on this deal. That's the reality. That's the mindset. I don't want to be sold because then I feel like I'm getting screwed on the deal and I could have got it better. So, and you can't tell anybody what to do. Okay. Because every single one of us still has our inner teenager. Don't do this, don't do that. And we're like, no, mom, no, dad, you can't tell me what to do. I'm going to do it. We all have it. Some of you have teenagers right now and you're going through that. Okay. But we still have our inner teenager and don't want to be told what to do, especially when it comes to money. Hey, you should try this hamburger. All right. You sold me. I'll try it. Hey, you put all your money that you've saved up into this house. Whoa, 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 whoa. We don't like to be told when it comes to money. Okay. So don't sell them, just advise them. I'm giving you advice. I'm asking you questions. I'm not selling you anything. Goes back to what David was talking about, right? I'm going in there giving them my advice. Sometimes it pays me, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not going to sell them on the idea of buying or selling a house right now. If they want to buy it, I'll help them buy it. If they want to sell, I'll help them sell. I'm giving them my advice. But I'm not selling them anything and I'm not telling them what to do. You'll never get people to your thoughts, your side on that. Okay. But it does say we want to be consulted on our wishes, our wants, our thoughts. So that's why we say, tell me more about that. What's the goal? What would you like? How will that affect you? How will that affect your family? So on and so forth. We do want to be consulted on that. Okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. And then just a couple more points on that. He was talking about a colonel in the army that he was talking to, right? When he was going to the White House. And he says he didn't care about credit. He wanted results. So he let Wilson continue to feel that the idea was his. House did even more than that. He gave Wilson public credit for these ideas. So he's talking about Woodrow Wilson and this colonel, right? And the colonel had all these ideas on how to do something in the military. And Woodrow Wilson, who's the president, just kept taking all the credit for it, wanted credit because he was the president. And the colonel knew that if he tried to take credit, the colonel himself, that Woodrow Wilson would never do it because he just had that kind of ego. So he just kept letting Wilson think it was his idea. He even let him take public credit for it, but he got what he wanted, the colonel, because he let him take all the credit for it. Yeah. We do this with drivers, right? Because drivers like to feel in control. So we do this with drivers all the time. Well, I mean, you would like me to do that, right? Right. Great. Okay. Okay. Do you want me to call all your neighbors? Yeah, I want you to do that. Great. So now the driver says like, yeah, see, I told him to call all my neighbors. And we're like, I was going to do that anyways. Right. Good to go. So we do that. Sometimes we have to they get all the credit. Okay. Analyticals, because they do all this research. Well, obviously you've done all this research on the property. You're well aware that the prices are up 8%, right? Yeah. So it's probably a good time to sell. Don't you think? Yeah. It's like, You did all the work for me. I'm just now giving you credit for it so we can get this over with. Okay. But if I argue it at all, or if I tell or sell, they're never going to do it. I'm giving them credit for it. You did. Oh, yeah. Well, look, you've obviously done a lot of research, so you know that the average days on market's been cut in half. So that means that you would know it's a good time to sell right now, don't you think? Yeah. Even if they don't know that, because they probably don't. I still gave them credit. You know. I do this all the time when I'm coaching agents who are older than I am. Because there's still some agents out there that are like, oh, he's so young. So I do that trick all the time. Well, look, I don't have to tell you. You've obviously been around, and I'll say something. And they'll go, yeah. And I'm like, all I did was just get you into my way of thinking. I just had to give you some credit for it. Well, you know, I mean, come on, look, you've had a lot of deals, you've had a lot of clients. You're well aware that if you call 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condos right now, you're probably going to get a deal, right? Yeah, I know that. Well, then there you go. And then they go, yeah, see, I knew what I was doing. And I'm like, here you go. And I don't get any credit for it, but I'm just like, there you go. So you just got to do it. You just got to do it. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So we're just going on that. So the principle of that is let the other person feel like the idea is his or hers. Okay. Let people feel like the idea was his or hers. All right. So we're at 152 here. So that was principles 4, 5, 6, and 7 on how to win people to your way of thinking.
Robert?
Right? Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you go over one more time? You were saying like the short listing appointment, how you apply that. I stepped away and I didn't hear what you said. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So he was talking about how you want to get people to say at least 2 yeses right away. And so the Mike Ferry 1-minute listing presentation follows that path because it goes, do you absolutely have to sell this house? Yes. Do you want to leave your home on the market, or do you want to price your home to sell, or do you want to leave it on the market for a long period of time? We want to price it to sell. Great. Do you want me to handle the sale for you? Yes. Sign the contract. So the 1-minute presentation is based around that. Get as many yeses as you can in a row, and then just try to close for a deal.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Good question. Okay. All right. So again, principle 4 was begin in a friendly way. Principle 5 was get the other person saying yes, yes immediately. Principle 6, let the other person do a great deal of the talking. And principle 7, let the other person feel that the idea is his or hers. All right. All right. So, okay. All right. So next week, I will probably take a break from this because I want to make sure that we're implementing it. We've gone through this now, I think 4 or 5 weeks in a row. I mean, it's a great book, but it's a big book and there's just a lot of little things in there. So we'll probably take a break from it next week. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't put the calendar for next week together yet. But anyways, start working on this stuff. Keep implementing it. It's just a matter. This is just a conversation of how to get people more on our way of thinking, on our side of things, how to avoid arguments, just, a little easier kind of advanced sales talk type of stuff. So very, very cool things. All right. Good stuff, everybody. So look, 3:30 today, Diane will be here to continue on her NLP class. And then we'll just keep rocking and rolling. And we got another jam-packed day tomorrow. So if you need anything, let us know. And if not, then we'll probably be unmuted until Diane is here at 3:30. All right. Good stuff, everybody. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
All right. Welcome. Can you hear me? Armand, is it just you? Is it the two of us? Oh, there you go. All right. All right. I popped on a little earlier to check everyone out and I saw Robert and then just a bunch of names, blank screens. I think Yvonne was on. It's nice to see you. I miss you guys.
Missed you too.
Back in black. All right, so we're not doing a new technique today. We've had a bunch of gaps in our coming together with questions and making sure that you guys have been consistent. So I'm going to ask first, how has that been going? Have you remained consistent with writing sentences daily, whether it was 1 or 2 or 5 and 10? How have you guys been doing? I'm going to ask you, Cherry, because you've been the most committed and consistent so far with what we've been learning.
I kind of stopped. You said you were going to email me on what I was doing wrong, and then I didn't.
You didn't get that?
No.
Oh, God. All right. Well, I have everyone's homework because I print it all out.
Oh, okay.
And I just handwrite on it.
Oh,
And,
okay, got it.
and then I'll just scan it and send it to you that way. You should have received that. I apologize. Armand as well. And then Valerie, are you on? No. So what I wanted to do today is actually a review of all of the techniques that we've learned so far, and then answer any questions. And then
I'm on. How can you not see me?
Good. I can see you now. Well, because it's a series of things. Unless you talk, you don't pop onto my front screen.
Oh, you don't do everybody at once?
All the tiny bunches of, no, I don't. How do I do that? Oh, there we go. All right. Very nice. Now you guys are, I've got, well, just 3 of you and Robert, who counts, but you know, he's always, he counts. It depends on who you talk to. How about Bella? If I just talk to Bella, would you count?
Robert who?
Bella, maybe.
I'm thinking Bella is a yes, for sure.
Luna for sure. Yeah.
Luna for sure?
Mhm.
If you've got Luna, then Bella would say yes because she gets jealous.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I've seen that action before. Yeah, so what we're going to do is what I did and what I'm hoping you guys have done. And if not, I'm going to encourage you to do that now, moving forward through the remainder of the techniques and the NLP class before we complete it and then start again, is to begin to create a NLP book for yourself. Essentially, at the end of this class, you should have your own workbook of all the lessons, the examples, and a series of flashcards, or whatever you want to call them, trigger cards for yourselves to aid you in this writing. I still use mine, even though I've been studying this for years and years and years, and I'm fairly practiced at it. Just like anything else, if you stop practicing, if you stop using a skill set, it starts to diminish. It just does. And I know you guys have experienced this before in your own scripting, the most common ones. If you've not been calling expireds in a while, if you haven't gone on a listing presentation in a while and you've not been practicing, you pick it up again and you're stale. You just are. It's the way, oh, speaking of puppy, sorry, total distraction. Who's on your lap? Is that Luna? Hi, Luna. Can she hear? I've got a dog at home too. They're easily to get distracted. You'll start to lose it. So it's something that I didn't put mine together. I started to, but what I'd like you to do is either do, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. You can do just like a little envelope like this with a little, you know, taggy thingies. Hole punch them and pop them in, and you'll have them behind each other. Or what I'm going to do with these is 3-hole punch them, get a 3-ring binder. You can slip them right into those plastic sleeves. It's relatively inexpensive. If you don't want to use the plastic sleeves, don't, just shove them in there. I'll just let you know that they'll start to fray and pull out for a while. And that way at the end of this, you're going to have a lesson book, a workbook that you can refer back to. And when we restart it, you'll have all of the lessons, because the lessons won't change. Your skill set will change, but the lessons won't change. I'll likely write additional sentences with you to give you additional examples. But the lesson itself, that doesn't change. NLP, like math, the formulas are always going to be the same. It's just the repetition that's going to increase your skill set and have you start naturally just coming up with sentences on the fly. That takes some time. At the end of this class, you're not going to be there. or at the end of the series. It takes repetition to do this, just like anything else. What was the number of times you needed to repeat something to become an expert at it? What was that number? Something like
10,000.
10,000. It was 10,000. That sounds like a lot. It's a lot. You have to be committed to doing it. So I want to go back to, how many of you have all of the lessons printed out still? Okay. Okay.
I
good.
can't, you're cutting out, Diane. Can
I'm
you
gonna put
come
that on
closer
Zoom.
to your microphone? Yeah.
What
What did you say? How many times have what?
How many of you have kept all of the lesson plans, printed them out and still have them? Perfect. Okay. Are they just kind of loose hanging out?
No, mine are in a folder.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to recommend you put them in something more permanent and that they end up in some sort of binder where you're creating.
Yeah,
your
that's what I
own
was going to
workbook.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Do that now, because when I was putting the lessons and gathering my notes, it's now at the level where I want you guys to get it into a workbook and you're just going to add to it. If you're committed to learning this material, you're going to hop back on and we're going to repeat it again and work even. Is that you showing me, Armand?
Yes.
Yeah. You guys know when you have your background, if you slip outside of the frame, you disappear. It's like a magic act. You know, your hand disappears. I don't have that problem because you guys are all fancier than me.
Oh yeah, that's
I
true.
just have
Yeah.
my new dark navy blue background that I painted my office.
I'm out of the matrix.
Out there you are. You're out of the matrix, not disappearing. So we started at the very beginning at the basic level, and that was with embedded commands.
Sorry.
Hey, I got to ask you something.
Of course.
What's the last lesson? Because these are not dated. Is it the implied cause and
perfect.
effect?
So let's put them in order because we're going to go through them together. So great question. So the very first lesson you're going to put at the top of the page is lesson 1, embedded commands, statements and questions. That's where we started. Number 2.
Wait. Okay, wait. Let me write it down. Embedded.
That's all right. Let's write it down because you do want to do these in order. They build onto each other.
Adverb, presuppositions, and tie downs.
Correct. Adverb. Look at gold star for Armand. Coming back.
What is it? What's the second one?
It is adverb presuppositions. Sorry, staff escrow and TC don't remember that. I have a class. Okay, I don't know how all of a sudden my watches decide to start ringing and making noise when I get a call. Love technology. Okay, I do love technology. Just has to work when I want it to. Okay, so lesson 1, embedded commands, statements, and questions. Lesson 2, adverb presuppositions and tie downs. We're going to go back over which each one is and answer any questions if you have them. Lesson 3, awareness presuppositions. Lesson next, automatic presuppositions. After that, we were doing temporal presuppositions, which is the end of our presuppositions. And now we started moving on to sentence structure. So the next lesson after that is verbal pacing and leading.
Are we recording this?
We are recording it, yes.
Good, thank you.
What about criteria questions? I had that for lesson 6.
Oh, did I miss criteria questions in here? Yeah, you're right. Criteria questions, which for some reason didn't get it printed out for me. Criteria questions, right where she said.
Where is that supposed to go?
I had it labeled as lesson 6.
Oh.
Then verbal pacing and leading.
Yeah.
So the criteria questions, remember, isn't one of there weren't any specific words to it. It was our, thank you for bringing that up, because I don't have it in here as an actual NLP technique. It was a script to determine criteria. And if you remember, I provided a sheet of what the 3 levels of criteria were. Surface level criteria is the what. Second level, the thing. Third level is the being state, what you believe you're going to be experiencing when you achieve that. And that always lies in something like a sense of accomplishment, security, freedom, joy. It's somewhere in that realm. We use the example, if you remember, I talked to Armand about the client that he had that had to sell her father's place. Had to. There was no option. Had to sell it, but was so stuck in the process, she was paralyzed. And on one of our coaching calls, I coached Armand with using the criteria questions, which generally start with something like, remind me again, tell me again what's important about getting this home sold, to get her out of that stuck pattern of focusing so much on the process and get back in touch of what she was going to be experiencing by finally getting the home sold, having her go through that process. Tell me what's important about getting this home sold. Well, gosh, you know, I need the money because my dad he'd been in hospice and was continuing to need care for longer than she had thought. Tell me more about that. What's that going to do? So it gets the person talking and gets into the place where they're experiencing what it is they actually want to be experiencing. And at the end, she was ready. Armand got her to the point where she's like, oh my God, it's just gonna be a sense of, I don't remember what her criteria was, Armand, you'll have to share it with us. But it's always something like a being state, like just a sense of freedom or security or relief, you know, I'll be stress-free, not worried, something in that realm. Once you get them there, you've got it. You've got their criteria. That's what they're trying to accomplish. It's not the selling the house. It's not the money itself. It's not making sure her dad's gonna his care is gonna be paid for. Is what she's going to be experiencing when all those things happen.
Relief.
What's that?
Relief.
Relief. For her, it was a sense of relief. Our problem generally as human beings is that we believe that people's core criteria is everybody's, because usually what we're looking for. Mine's freedom. In everything I do, I'm looking for freedom. But it's a mistake for me to impose that belief on somebody else. Like that's probably what they're trying to accomplish, because it's different for everyone. For some people, it's a sense of security. For some people, it's a sense of joy. For some people, it's a sense of relief, you know, getting rid of that stress. The criteria questions were designed to do that. So they did slip in between, like Sherry mentioned. Lesson 6, there's no flashcards for it. There was a script, a series of questions that you guys should have had printed out that I don't have here, but they're essentially what I just told you. Tell me, remind me again what's important about. Tell me more about that. What will that do for you? But I hear you saying is. And then you repeat everything back in the first person. Do you guys remember that? Because I could resend this lesson. Robert has been really good about posting them all into the chat, but if you need them sent in one lump sum, if anybody needs that, put it in the chat and we could send them all out again. So the criteria questions was literally 2 documents: what criteria is and why it's important to know what it is, and how to find it, which was basically the questions, the 3 questions. Okay.
Okay. I have
Remember that lesson, Valerie?
I have one criteria page question.
Yeah, there was 2 different documents. One of them went over what is criteria, why it's important to know, and then the how to find it was the questions, which is in the explanation, but I had a separate sheet of just the script itself.
Maybe I may have stapled them all together because because I have the criteria questions. What's important about, what do you want? How important is it to you? And
tell me more about that. What will that do? What will all of this do for you?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that a great feeling? All we need to do now is simply whatever it is you're trying to get them to do and get you that sense of relief, joy, happiness, whatever it is, whatever they tell you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Should we put these criteria questions on a card then?
Yeah, you might as well. That's a great question. And yes, let's put them on a card.
Okay.
Because it is a technique, it's just not, it doesn't fit anywhere in the series of NLP techniques where it's adding, where it's building on like the rest of these do. But it's anything that you need a blah, blah, blah out loud should be on a trigger card. It really should. Anyone who's listening to this now or later on, if you're old school Mike Ferry people, you'll remember the series of the trigger cards he had for the scripts. All scripts used to be on a trigger card. You used to be able to buy them that way. I still have the set unopened. They're phenomenal. I'm telling you, index cards, I don't care what size they are, are your best friends. They're a salesperson's best friend, trigger cards. You can use them for script practice, for your leads, as visual cues and reminders to put your goals on. Put your stats on. I used to use them to put my stats in front of me when I was prospecting so I could sound brilliant at the drop of a hat. I knew how many listings sold, how many were totally active, the saturation rate, what the current rate was, mortgage rate, because I always had it on a index card right in front of me. I sounded brilliant. The only brilliant thing about me was that I remember to stick them on the wall so I could read them to people. They're your best friend. After that is verbal pacing and leading. So the last words, the last presupposition was temporal presupposition. Then we went into sentence structure, which was verbal pacing and leading. That gave us the pattern, if you remember. Pace, 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 lead, pace, pace, lead, pace, lead, close. Then we went into actually using the patterns, some of the sentence structures: direct cause and effect, followed by implied cause and effect. Direct cause and effect created a causal relationship. Implied cause and effect was assumptive. Because this is happening, this naturally follows. And that's where we left off. So next week, we're going to move on to a next technique called single binds. I'm going to send you those. I've already typed those notes out. I'm going to send them to you on Monday, maybe Sunday night, so that you're in your inbox on Monday, because I want you to have plenty of time to print them out, go over the homework, look at the sentences, look at the words, and come up with questions. So the next technique is called single binds. What I want to do is just a really quick review here of the techniques that we've learned before, just to make sure that everyone is clear about them. So I'm going to go through my notes the way you guys should be able to after this class, because we've just put them all in order. If you don't have them all and you're just being silent about it, type into the chat that you need all the lessons or what lessons you're missing, and we'll make sure to get them to you. Okay, so the first one, embedded command, statements, and questions. So embedded command is a what? Armand, what's an embedded command?
An embedded, it's here. I have it. Honest to God, I have it here.
It's absolutely in the name of the technique.
I know.
Command is the command.
It's an embedded command.
Yeah, it's a command that's embedded in a sentence.
But I have to talk lower when you have it.
You have to talk louder when you have it. So embedded command, and it's part of all the scripts that you guys already know and love. There's embedded commands throughout the majority of the scripts, quite a few of them in the first 2 pages of the listing presentation that Mike Ferry has generously written for us and that we have been using and teaching for years and years.
Because I underlined the embedded commands.
I've had you underline them many, many times. So what are some embedded commands? You should have them on your trigger card, so this should be easy questions.
List your home with me.
List your home with me.
Decide tonight.
Decide tonight. Sell this house. What's another one?
Listen to me.
Listen to me. How about hire me? Sell now. Feel confident.
Reduce the price.
Yep. Agree with me. Commit to me. Do as I say. That's my favorite.
Take action.
Take action. Exactly. Sell now. List with me. So an embedded command is exactly as it sounds. You want to create a new filter through which your clients make decisions. They're like mental time bombs that go off when the client makes a decision. So an embedded command causes you to speak more directly and tell the client exactly what you want them to do, but it's hidden within the structure of a sentence.
What did you just say?
I said that embedded commands they cause you to speak more directly. So those are all pretty direct statements, right? Get excited, feel good, do it, get started. They're direct statements.
Oh, direct statements. Okay.
Yep, they're commands. Essentially, it's a command, and they cause you to speak more directly. They're action words, meaning they're verbs. They're usually 2 to 3 words. They stand alone as a thought, right? Feel good, stands alone as a thought. Do it. Sign the contract. feel comfortable, work with me. They stand alone as a thought. But you want to embed them in the middle of a sentence, so they're more palatable to the people you're speaking to. They're present tense. So you're not going to say, it's not going to be sitting tonight. It's sit here. They're assumptive. They're confident. You should have a trigger card filled with them. So an example of embedded commands in the listing presentation comes right when you go through the house. You come back and you let your client know at the end of tonight, one of three things will happen. At the end of my presentation tonight, one of three things will happen. Number one, you'll decide to list your home with me. Or two, you may decide not to list your home with me. Or three, I may decide not to take your listing, and any one of those is fine. Now, where was the embedded command?
List your home with me.
List your home with me in two places. So in order to make an embedded command flow easier, we also use modal operators. Your modal operators should be on a separate trigger card behind embedded commands. I have my trigger cards in order just so I could show them to you. But when you're writing your sentences, lay them all out so you can see them. Because you can literally just pick one of each and build a sentence around it. So your modal operators are must, may, should, could, can you, able, ought to, got to, need to, choose to, wish to. Now, these aren't all of them. This is just an example of ones I'm giving you, and I give you quite a few. If you want to add some to it and you're not sure if it is a modal operator, or if you're not sure it is an embedded command, ask me and I'll let you know. Just remember that an embedded command is an action word, meaning it's a verb, it's present tense, and it's a standalone thought. So if those three things exist, it's an embedded command. You're going to choose a modal operator and an embedded command and the sentence you want to speak. So if you want somebody to do what? Give me an example if you want something you want somebody to do.
Sign now.
Fantastic. So when we are out looking at homes today, you're going to find that I picked out 3 perfect homes that fit your criteria. So you're going to choose to buy now and be in your home by the end of summer. Isn't that what you want?
Yes.
Modal operator, embedded command, tie down. So any questions about embedded commands? They're the most straightforward of them all. All right, so we're going to move on. Lesson 2 was adverb presuppositions and tie down questions. So tie downs are some of my favorite things. They're a great way to break the I'm going to just say the harshness of a sentence, because embedded commands, especially when you use multiple embedded commands within a sentence, they can come across a little aggressive. A tie down is a great way to distract the client from the directness of the statement and or question, and also get them involved, gain agreement. So an adverb presupposition is the ultimate in assumptions. It's exactly what you're doing. It's you're assuming. Luckily, happily, certainly, supposedly, quickly, undoubtedly, easily, remarkably. These are all assumptions that you're making within a sentence. So presuppositions assume something is already true. What's assumed in the following statement? You definitely want me to get you the most money for your home, don't you?
Definitely.
Yeah, that they definitely want you to do this. Luckily, you and I are on the phone. Let's set an appointment for today. What is assumed?
Luckily.
Yeah, that they're lucky that you're on the phone with them. Naturally, you are becoming more influential just by being in this NLP program here at Masters. Wouldn't you agree? Perfect. So what's the assumption?
That it's natural.
That it's natural. Exactly. So your adverb presuppositions, again, luckily, happily, simply, surely. Now there's other presuppositions, obviously there are, but we're looking for presuppositions that evoke something positive is assumed, that they're lucky to be talking to you, that they're happy about it, that the process is simple, that what they're doing is certain, that they're sure about it, that they that it's honest and true, frankly, naturally. It's a natural course of action. So your
Robert said you shouldn't say honestly.
as if it's already occurring. Exactly. Any questions about adverb presuppositions? Okay, and then the tie downs again, they are designed to re-engage your clients, to get agreement, and to help distract from the strength of the statements and sentences. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Tie down.
What did you say? They distract from the strength of the sentence?
They can distract from the strength of the sentence. So you could say almost say anything, and the distraction or a pattern interrupt is a tie down. Wouldn't you agree? Does that make sense? You're with me, right?
I'm there.
Perfect. All tie downs. Okay. So you should have trigger cards for both of those as well. All right. The next lesson was awareness presuppositions. Awareness presuppositions. So people sometimes focus, let's not even say people, our clients, and sometimes even our vendors focus on inappropriate things. They focus on aspects of the situation that are not to their advantage, that aren't moving them towards the goal they've already told you they want, getting their home sold in a certain amount of time, getting their whole home sold for a certain amount of money that the market would allow. It has to be obviously, realistic. Making sure that they're moving into a home that fits their growing family. Making sure that they sell their home to retirement community they want to go. Your clients come with you with specific goals, or they should, otherwise they're not motivated, get rid of them. But generally speaking, you are working with people who have a specific outcome they're trying to accomplish, and they've employed you to help them do that, right?
Mhm.
Oftentimes, they'll make decisions or get focused and stuck on something that is counterproductive to what it is they're trying to accomplish. Right? So we talked about this before with the example of the two people sitting in a room with the air conditioning blowing down on them, right? One person is daydreaming about being in the Bahamas on a hot sandy beach, and the other person is staring at the air conditioning unit, just annoyed that it is blowing directly on them. What temperature is a person who's fantasizing about the beach? And what temperature is a person staring at the vent?
It's the same.
It's the same. What is different?
Their perception.
Their perception, their awareness, their focus. So awareness presuppositions change people's reality by changing what they're aware of. That's what the awareness presupposition does. It makes them aware. In essence, they create reality for people. So your awareness presupposition are things like beginning, assume, assuming, achieving. Almost all of the awareness presuppositions can be an ing or just the actual word. So some of the examples there are, obviously you are noticing. What are you having them focus on now? Whatever it is that you're going to say. You're noticing that I'm interested in serving your needs. Go ahead and sign here. Undoubtedly, you believe I'm the best agent for the job. Let's get this house sold, shall we? You are beginning to feel the power of these language patterns. Aren't you, Armand?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I
Are
use
you starting to believe what I say when I tell you that this is the right offer for you? Are you beginning to regret that you still have appointments with other agents now that you know that I can sell your home and get you what you want in the time you want?
I regret.
Nice.
Perfect. So your awareness presuppositions again, become aware, continuing, believe, believing, sense, sensing. These are not the only awareness presuppositions that exist, but you should have a list of the ones that I offered you to use. If you want to add some, great. If you're not sure if they're awareness presuppositions, ask me. But it brings awareness to something. What you're doing is having them focus. You're beginning to. You're realizing while we're talking that this is the best course of action. The longer we're on this call together, the more you're realizing that writing your sentences daily makes sense if you want to become more influential. That is what you want, right?
Yes.
Perfect. So you can start using them on the fly the more you practice them. Again, please make sure you have your trigger cards. All right, lesson 3, automatic presuppositions. Automatic presuppositions assume something is going to happen automatically. They assume something will happen whether you want it to or not. They assume it is beyond your conscious comprehension. Automatically, constantly, instinctively, steadily, unwittingly, almost magically, second nature, involuntarily. You'll continuously get more excited about my action plan once you see it. Instinctively, you know I can sell your home. So let's go ahead and sign the contract. Sound good? I think that you unconsciously, you know it's time to recommit to becoming a powerful salesperson. Don't you think? That is what you want, isn't it?
That's what we want.
Fantastic. Most people automatically do what I say, knowing that I can almost magically get you what you want for this house. Isn't that great?
Magical.
Perfect. Sign the contract, put me to work. So automatic presuppositions assume something's going to happen automatically. Again, these are not the only automatic presuppositions that exist. They're just the ones that I listed for you. Again, if there's ones that you want to add, you're not sure, shoot me a text, ask me now. Any questions about automatic presuppositions? All right. Temporal presuppositions. So temporal presuppositions assume something is going to happen in time. Temporal presuppositions assume that something has already happened in the past, something is happening right now in the present, or that something will happen in the future. Assumption means that it didn't exist before you said it. So before, while, now, since, once again, prior, after, because, during. When using temporal presuppositions, make sure that you assume something new, something that doesn't exist yet, something you want to have happen rather than something that already exists. So if you were to say, during our powerful meeting, you haven't met yet. It's an assumption that you're going to have a meeting and it's going to be powerful. The goal is to create the past, present, or future for people. 99% of restating or of language is restating. 99% of our language is restating or describing something from our present. You're on the phone. During our presentation, was during a presentation. If you're doing lead follow-up and you say during our presentation, that is a temporal presupposition. You're assuming that there's going to be a presentation. So describing something has no value. That's not persuasive. You're just describing something. Describing is your opinion about something, about your reality. Your opinion is the source of most arguments and negativity. And any negativity you experience in your sales business is usually a function of your opinion. Do our clients care about our opinion? They don't. They really don't. How many people really care about your opinions? Be honest. They care about what it is they're trying to accomplish and how you can help them do that. That's why you're in anybody's home. That's why anybody gives you their number. That's why anyone stays on the phone with you at all. How can you help them? So, for example, what is assumed when I say during our meeting today?
That we're having a meeting?
Yeah, that we're going to have a meeting. During our meeting is already happening. This is an example of restating it. If you haven't had a meeting yet, then that is a temporal presupposition. That is assumed. During my powerful presentation assumes that in this moment, they are about to experience what?
Powerful presentation.
A powerful presentation. You're creating something that didn't exist in the mind of your prospect. They're now going to listen for what?
Power.
Power. You got it. So when would during our meeting be an assumption?
When it hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. When it hasn't happened yet. That's the key to temporal presuppositions. It's something that you are assuming is going to happen. You speak that into the reality. If it's already happening, you could change that by saying during our powerful presentation. Does that make sense? Does that confuse anyone?
Thoroughly.
Okay, so prior to buying a house today, I want you to feel comfortable. So what is assumed?
You feel comfortable.
That they're going to buy a house prior to buying a house today. If you're taking somebody out to look at houses and you say prior to buying a house today, I want you to feel comfortable knowing that I've researched the entire market and these 4 houses absolutely meet your criteria. Aren't you glad I'm not going to waste your time showing you houses you don't want to see? What's assumed in that is that we're going out and they're going to do what?
Buy a house.
Buy a house. You got it. It's speaking a future into their reality. They're now going to be looking for that. It creates their listening. Okay. And again, temporal presuppositions. There's more than the ones I wrote. Those are just the most obvious ones to me. Okay. Verbal pacing leading. This is where we start getting into sentence structure. Sentence structure.
Oh, wait. We already have been structuring sentences. So this isn't. This is
yes.
Paragraph structure.
There we go. Paragraphs. It's how we string them together. It creates a pattern of the sentences now.
Yeah, we've been doing sentences.
Right. Technically, you are structuring sentences around the different techniques.
Okay.
This is a pattern. And you can use all of the techniques up until this point anywhere throughout this pattern of sentences. So the pattern of sentences has its own, and I just wrote it out. You can type it, make it look pretty. I think I have it typed in here. I mean, I guess you could just cut out where I typed it out if you want to. I just wrote it out.
What do you mean it has its own, this implied cause and effect? Is that what we're doing right now?
No. Verbal pacing and leading. Oh. Verbal pacing and leading is the first pattern of sentences.
Oh.
So,
7.
I don't have that.
Well, I just wrote it out. You could have in your, I have it typed out like this on the homework itself where it says pace, lead. If you want to cut those out, put them on a trigger card, or you can just do what I did and I just wrote it down. So you can have it in front of you so you can make sure that you're actually following the pattern. A pace is what? Something factual, verifiable, a belief the client already holds is true, and a lead is something that you want them to believe. You're on the Zoom call with me now. You're going over the previous techniques with me. You're looking at your trigger cards, which causes you to want to organize them. Now, just because we're doing that, does that actually cause you to want to organize them? Yes. No, it links it together. Perfect.
It does actually.
It does. So you speak it into reality. So pace, lead, pace, lead, tie down, pace, lead, close. This is how we cook a frog. How do you cook a live frog? You can't throw it into boiling water, can you? What's it going to do?
Jump out.
That's right. Same response your clients are going to feel when you start presentations too strong, too many tie downs, presuppositions, embedded commands. It can become overwhelming. So this pattern helps ease them into the hot water. The way you cook a live frog is by putting the frog in lukewarm water and slowly turning up the heat until it's cooked. Verbal pacing and leading does the same thing. You slowly get the client to agree with you more and more until they've cooked themselves. It's old school yes patterns. And you know the yes pattern where you get them into agreement with things that they already agree upon, and then you start to lead them. That's what this is. Verbal pacing and leading does the same thing as mimicking, mirroring, and matching. It creates agreement. They're mimicking their words or their reality. In this case, we're doing reality.
This is where it gets hard.
This is where it starts to get hard because you have to think about it. Now, soon enough, it'll become natural to you The pace, again, is something, this is where it's critical to remember. A pace is something the client believes is true. Remember, what you think is true, the client doesn't necessarily think is true. So is the market's hot? Is that a pace or is that your belief? It's not a pace, exactly, which means it's a lead. Paces are verifiable, obvious, factual, proven, or previously stated or describing to the client. So let's identify some paces. Valerie, what's a pace?
Pace is the sky is blue.
Perfect. Armin, what's a pace?
You're on Zoom.
Perfect. Cherry, what's a pace?
It's warm outside.
It's warm outside. Now that could be.
Oh, that's true. It's
yeah. I don't know. Robert, do you think it's hot outside? Yeah, Robert thinks it's perfect outside.
Hot every year, man.
Yeah, ask me. Is it hot outside?
Is it hot outside?
Is it hot outside?
Miserably hot outside.
So then instead of saying it's hot outside, you can say it's 90 degrees outside. And that would make it fact.
That's a pace. Verifiable. Perfect.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay, good. A lead is what you want them to think. An assumption or an assertion. So identify some leads.
You're going to need air conditioning.
Yes, that could be a lead. Exactly. It's 90 degrees outside. I see that you're sweating. You're wearing shorts and a tank top, which makes you want to go buy new air conditioning.
See how powerful they are.
Pace, 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 lead. A lead is what you want them to think, an assumption or an assertion.
So can you give an example?
I'm sorry?
Can you give some more examples of leads?
Okay, leads would be, you can see how powerful these patterns are.
Oh, it's just something random, right? Or made up.
Yeah, you're beginning to realize that I'm the right agent for the job of selling your home.
Like
it makes you want to list your home for $5.99.
Right. So it's like,
which causes you to give me a 6-month listing agreement. Right.
Like it's 90 degrees outside. You should list your home with me.
Yeah.
Like it's completely random.
It's 90 degrees outside today. It's getting, yeah, exactly. It's 90 degrees outside today. You have no air conditioning in your house. You're sweating. I can see that, which causes you to want to list your home with me and move someplace cooler.
Nice.
So Diane, let me ask you something. So in the presentation where we go through the different, let's say we use three closed samples of three closed properties.
Right.
That's like a pace. What do you think we should use to get a buyer to buy your home versus the competition's? Isn't that a pace lead?
That's a pace question. So it could fit into the pattern, but not in the very first one. So it could be 3 paces, which illustrates how important it is for you to get this home sold. Pace. And because it can fit in there, but the beginning part is you're not asking a question. That would come into the second part. Pace, lead, tie down.
Sort of conceptually though, isn't it sort of like, look at this, make a conclusion?
Yeah, agreement, assumption.
Okay.
Yep. So as we sit here, we're sitting here talking about getting your home sold and discussing what it'll take, it's only natural for you to start to see why so many people use me to get the job done. In fact, during our conversation about the price of your home, it will become evident to you that I get people more money for their home than almost any other agent. You do want more money for your home, don't you? I mean, the most money possible, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And because you want more money, you'll find it easy to choose me tonight.
Well, that's a close.
Go ahead and sign the contract.
Oh.
The close is sign the contract. Or in fact, I think it will be easy for you to sign the contract tonight. There's a multitude of ways you can go, but you want to start with agreement, slow. pace, 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 lead, pace, pace, lead, tie down, pace, lead, close. You should all have that pattern. And if you don't have it written down, I mean, I highly recommend that you do, because when you're first starting to use this pattern, you're not going to remember it on your own. Just have it in front of you. It makes it much easier. And practice, 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 practice. So for homework tonight and tomorrow, I want you to do 2 things. One, a verbal and pacing.
What? What'd you say?
Verbal pacing and leading pattern. I want you to do one. You can
So
do
like
it
one of these?
whatever you want. You can do it in getting a presentation. You can do it in lead follow-up. It's your choice. You can do it for a price reduction. Do it for whatever you want.
Like one set of them? Pace, pace, pace.
One. Pace, 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 lead, pace, pace, lead, pace, lead, close.
Got it. Okay.
And then I want you to use verbal, excuse me, and then I want you to do another one where you're just doing simple direct cause and effect and implied cause and effect, and sprinkle in whatever you want. An embedded command. Obviously you need to use a tie down because it's part of the pattern. Implied presuppositions, automatic presuppositions, you choose.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, so I want you to do one verbal pacing pattern.
I got that.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay, perfect. And then I want you to either use a direct cause and effect, just a simple one.
What do you mean use a direct cause and effect? Do you want us to write one sentence?
Yeah,
You want us to
one
write
sentence. It's a simple sentence. One implied, one direct. That's it.
when you say implied, I don't remember what you mean. I have a note here that says implied cause and effect. So when
we meet tonight,
when you decide, right? Okay, when we meet tonight,
the contract.
Okay, so this one is the card that has as, when, because, after, since. That's the implied. Okay.
Together, you're going to want to price your home aggressively.
Okay, so one of those, and then what's the simple?
The direct cause and effect is blank causes blank. Blank causes blank. Any pace can cause any lead.
Okay, so any pace.
Yep. Just on the phone means we should set an appointment. Looking at the comparable properties forces you to see the reality of the market. Being in an LP program allows you to be a more powerful communicator.
Okay, so do you want us to do that in all the prospecting, lead follow-up?
Just one of each, you choose.
Just one of each, okay.
Each you choose. That's it. And then next week, and I'm not even going to tell you what simple binds are, excuse me, simple binds, but I'm going to send over that homework to you early Monday. It'll be in your inbox in the morning. I'm going to give it to Jesse on Friday, or which is tomorrow. How is it Friday already tomorrow?
I don't know.
Man,
it's weird.
It is weird. My youngest son is going to be 21 a week from tomorrow.
Wow.
Wow.
How many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay. Youngest is 21.
You have 5 kids?
The youngest is 19.
19, okay.
And is in college, is in student housing now.
Woo-hoo.
I'm almost an empty nester. My 20-year-old is moving out with my 24-year-old on the 17th of September, which is the day before my oldest, my middle son's 25th birthday. Fly, be free.
Get out and stay out.
Well, this room I'm sitting in now, that is now blue walled, is my daughter's old bedroom.
Congratulations.
It looks great. It looks great. It doesn't look blue.
She's not. It's like a dark navy, like a charcoal navy-ish.
It looks chalkboardish.
Yeah, it looks like a chalkboard.
You know what it is? Not my daughter's room anymore.
Oh, right.
Her closet is even torn down. I'm like, no, those are shelves. They're not there yet, but just imagine them, because there is no more closet where your closet was.
Where's she gonna sleep for Thanksgiving?
She's local. She's at Fullerton College in student housing. Yep. Yep. What was the question, Armand?
Can you go over the lessons real quick before we go? Just name the in order. I want to make sure I got them in order.
Oh, of course, embedded commands.
Yeah, right. Lesson 1.
Okay. Adverb presuppositions and tie downs.
Lesson 2.
Awareness presuppositions.
3.
Automatic presuppositions.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Okay, write it
down. Send it to you. Armin, I have them numbered. I'll send them to you.
Perfect. And then temporal, verbal pacing, leading, direct cause and effect, implied cause and effect. And then the criteria questions was a lesson we went over as well. So you should have those. If you're missing any of them, well, Cherry has them all, so just ask her.
Yeah, send them to you.
Put it in the chat box and we'll get them to you.
Sure.
All right, perfect. So we are moving on to the next technique on Tuesday, single binds.
Perfect.
It was super helpful. Thank you for reviewing everything.
Of course, you're very welcome. All right, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Have a powerful rest of your day.
You too, Dan. Thanks.
Thank you.
We will go around controlling other people.
I like to make for their own benefit. For their own benefit.
That's right.
Oh, we'll show them how it makes sense to work with us.
There you go. Because you're
right.
the job, right? You
Right.
operate with integrity and from a place of contribution.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Hello, my beautiful baby hammer.